table just inside the east end of the show ring, and we'll get your name. All right, again, welcome to the Dickinson County Fair 2020. We're going to get started with Clover Kids here in a few minutes. So again, if you're planning on coming out in the ring as a Clover Kid, please stop by the table here in the northeast corner of the show ring. After Clover Kids, the Feedlot Lamb Project will be the first item being judged, and that is going to be in the barn. So that will not be the feedlot lambs will not come out into the show ring, and then we'll get started with the market sheep after that. But again, the Feedlot Lamb Project will not be brought. They will not be brought into the show ring. All right, our first Clover Kid is Austin Lortz. How old are you, Austin? Austin is 6. That's awesome. Head on around. All right, next into the show ring is Lennon Umscheid. And we got Eli Umscheid. How you doing, Eli? How old are you? How old are you? All right, Eli is 8. How old's your sister? She's 6. All right, head on out there, Eli. Next out, we've got Cameron Howard, and she is 6 years old. She's got a nice little lamb there. And next, Hadley Howard. Hadley, how old are you? You're 8. All right, Hadley, head on out there as well. And you got a sheep for, what's your name? Aubrey Wallace. All right, how old are you, Aubrey? 9. You're almost a 4-H'er there, aren't you? All right, we've got them all out there, I believe. So we've got Austin Lortz, Hadley Howard, Cameron Howard, Aubrey Wallace, Eli Umscheid, and Lennon Umscheid. These are our Clover Kids. judge is going to come out and ask the kids a few questions here in just a second. His name is Larry Miller. Let's give Larry a hand and thank him for coming to the show here today.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me down here. I guess we're getting started with this clover bud, I guess is the term for it. These are newer participants, 8 years old up to 3rd grade. Is that what you said? Okay, got that right. So what breed is your lamb? What do you like best about the sheep project?
That they're fun.
Hi. Does your little lamb have a name?
Tracy.
Tracy? How did you come up with that? Is that a favorite doll or something at home? Not really. What does Tracy eat?
Grain. Grass, and sometimes we give her hay. Yep.
And this looks like a pin mate maybe of Tracy? Oh, it's not? Okay, they're just friends or? Okay, what's your lamb's name?
Izzy.
That's a very cute name.
Thanks for
And what does your lamb eat?
Thanks for coming out and doing this. You got lots of positive feedback.
Make sure you keep lots of water out for them in the hot weather. Alrighty?
Yeah.
Hi there, how are you?
The
Does your lamb have a name?
You're listening.
Leo.
That's a good name. You guys go out and walk and exercise together?
Yes. I don't know.
Hi. How are you today? Does your lamb have a name?
Marshmallow.
Is he kind of soft and plump? Okay. So do you have a lot of fun with your lamb in the summer? What do you do with him?
Play with him? No.
Hi there. Does your lamb have a name?
S'more.
Don't get marshmallow stuck inside s'more. Okay? All right, I'm going to walk around behind you guys and just take a look back here. Okay, can you just take your sheep and walk them in a circle and come back and stand right here to side view? Everybody just follow around. Okay, all these are getting participation ribbons. I just asked a few questions. You heard most of those. This is a project to get these kids kind of enthused, get them started. They're not actually out here for competition with their animals, but just kind of get their feet wet a little bit and learn what it's all about. And hopefully they continue, keep coming back quite a few years and participate and help the sheep show grow.
All right, let's give these kids a hand. They did a great job. As we've said in the past, the future of 4-H is in good hands with these young kids coming up. So again, 4-Hers can be enrolled in 4-H after they finish their 3rd grade year. So some of these kids have a few years yet, but others are right on the doorstep. So great job. Again, that was Austin Lortz, Hadley Howard, Cameron Howard, Aubrey Wallace, Eli Umscheid, and Lennon Umscheid. So great job, kids. We're going to get started in just a few minutes with the Feedlot Lamb Project, and as I said before, that is going to be judged in the sheep barn next door here. So they will not be coming out. As soon as they're done with that, we'll be bringing out the market sheep and get started here with the sheep show.
Okay, we have a feedlot lamb project here. We went back in the barn. There's 2 pens. Both of them belong to this young man, Jackson. He had a pen of Hamp Cross lambs and a pen of Dorset Cross lambs. They've both been excellent, taken care of. I had several criteria here to judge them on. I made the white face, the Dorset Cross lambs first in a very close placing. Just they had a little more overall body length, a little more height. They can go to a few pounds heavier and still be a proper fat condition for the market. The black-faced cross lambs are very heavy muscled, thick down their tops, but they're just about to the point they can't go much farther without starting to put on a little excessive fat. I just kind of let him talk to start with. He answered most of the questions I would have asked him. He's very knowledgeable. The few things I did ask, he had the correct answer right off the tip of his tongue. He knows what he's doing. He's doing an excellent job. So let's give him a big round of applause.
All right, well done, Jackson Krebs. That was Jackson Krebs with the Silver Lakers with the Feedlot Lamb Project. We'll be moving right into the market sheep part of our show here this morning. We've got one class of whiteface, and those will be shown by Wesley Radcliffe with the Groom and Bloom 4-H Club. Again, Wesley Radcliffe with the market lead lamb whiteface. Again, this is the only whiteface class we'll have here this morning. While those are coming into the show ring here, I'd like to introduce our judge. His name is Larry Miller. Larry grew up in Adel, Iowa, where he was born and raised. He has shown sheep in 4-H and FFA for most of his life. He's shown in all over the United States and Canada. His kids got into showing sheep as well, and so he's been involved with sheep since the 1970s, and actually has been judging since the 1970s. Larry moved to Pipestone, Minnesota in 1982. That's where he raised his family. Larry enjoys passing the passion of the sheep industry on to the youth. So let's give Larry Miller a hand and welcome him to the 2020 Dickinson County Fair. Thank you all for attending today. I just want to let you know that due to the fair not being open to public for health concerns, they are streaming today's show and streaming the other shows as well. So you can tune in to www.exploreokoboji.com, sports live video stream, and all the other shows. If you can't make it here, we'll be on Explore Okoboji. So check that out. Results and photos will also be posted on our Dickinson County 4-H and Youth Facebook page. We do have a donations bucket for this year's Pie in the Face fundraiser. So without the pie auction, they will be having a fundraiser replacing the pie auction. So if you'd like to donate to that, there are donation buckets here, and you can donate today to support the local 4-H and club leaders. Again, that money goes directly to the individual 4-H clubs as well as the 4-H council. So it's a great fundraiser. If you'd like to donate, we'll have buckets out.
This whiteface market lambs, we got a really good individual to start the class. He's got a lot of length on that top. He's got a lot of thickness, moves out very well, walks around free and easy on his feet and legs. Soundness is important in all sheep, definitely breeding sheep. These are market lambs, but they have to be able to get to desirable market weights and be able to move. The lamb in second is going to go in the lavender class. Still has a lot of muscle, not quite the overall length of body. Starting to get a little more condition in its fat condition for its weight. Lamb in third is the real long body, just doesn't have quite the overall thickness that the first two and be in the blue category.
All right, well done, Wesley Radcliffe. Getting the show started here with our white face. We'll be moving right on to the speckled face, where we've got two classes. Looks like a light and a medium weight class in the speckled face. All right, our next class is lightweight speckle face, Ashlyn Nitsky with the Okoboji FFA. We've got Sophia Lorch showing two lambs with the Silver Lakers, and Kyle Grau with Groom and Bloom. Again, Ashlyn Nitsky, Sophia Lorch, and Kyle Grau. Looks like Sophie is getting some good help from her brother Wyatt. We'd like to thank today's sponsors. The sponsors today are the Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmers Savings Bank, and the Mendel-Warnemount family.
In this class, we got one exceptional lamb here to start this class. Watch her walk in the ring. You really like her on the move. You like her when you get your hands on her. A lot of expression down that top, really thick and full through the center and lower part of that leg. Very properly conditioned lamb. Just easily wins this class. Lamb in second's very long-bodied. He comes in next with the most amount of muscle of any of the three we have. Very long-bodied, very straight down his top. Just needs some more time. Needs some more finish on him. I think he'll thicken up. We got two lambs here. Third over fourth, just because of I think this lamb will continue to grow. They're both pretty green at this stage. I think she will fill out and have more muscle than what the lamb in fourth will, but two very desirable lambs just need some more time.
All right, that was Sophia Lorch with the number 1 and number 2 lambs in the speckle-faced lightweight class. And that class was rounded out by Ashlyn Nitsky and Kyle Grau. So let's give Sophia Lorch and the rest of them a hand for that first class. All right, Kyle's coming right back into the showroom. We've got our heavier weight speckled face coming out. Kyle Grau with the Groom and Bloom Club. Jennifer Resch with Spirit Lakers. Alexis Staley with the Silver Lakers. Michael Gonerman with the Milford Pioneers. Aiden Quayle with Groom and Bloom. And Michael Gonerman has 2 sheep out there today. I didn't catch who was showing his second sheep. Look. All right, slight change there. Michael Gonerman actually has 3 sheep in the speckle-faced class here. So again, that's Kyle Grau, Jennifer Resch, Alexis Staley, Michael Gonerman with 3 sheep, and Aiden Quayle. joining us, we're into the second class of Speckle Face. Got a few sheep facts for you all. Kind of some interesting things about sheep. There are over 1 billion sheep in the world today. 1 billion sheep in the world. Most of you may know this, but female sheep are known as ewes. Adult male sheep are known as rams. Castrated adult male sheep are known as wethers. And a group of sheep, and I did not know this, I knew that they were called a flock, but they are also in some countries called a herd or a mob. Young sheep are called lambs. Sheep also have a field of vision of around 300 degrees, which allows them to see from behind themselves without having to turn their head. And in 1996, a sheep named Dolly was the first mammal to be cloned from a somatic cell. Domesticated sheep are raised for a number of agriculture products, including fleece and meat. So just a few sheep facts for you all.
This get up, it's the heavier lambs here. The lambs I got here, these top 3, they're all big framed, kind of some of the heavier lambs in the class, but they're still very clean in their finish. They're not overdone by any means. The lamb I'm starting with easily handles this class. You watch him walk in. He's very long bodied. He's level down his top. He's got some muscle expression. He excels the second and third lamb in the thickness and depth in that loin area. The next 2 coming out here, again, they're long-bodied. Lamb in second, just a little more thickness down through the center and lower part of the leg of the lamb in third, and a little more thickness over the top. Just the lamb in third, if he keeps coming, he could move up a notch or so. The heavier fleece lamb here, I was really appreciative of him after I got my hands on him. He's much thicker down his top than he actually looks. He does have extra wool, but he does have a lot of meat and muscling under there, just not quite the overall frame. A long-bodied lamb coming here next just gives up some of that lower leg. Real thick-made lamb here next. He's just a little too short coupled. He's finishing out a little too much for this his weight. He's about done. He's getting pretty heavy in the front end. Another long-bodied, good economical lamb here and the last, but just didn't have the overall muscling the lambs in front of him.
All right, so the results of our heavier weight speckle face was Michael Gonerman taking the first three spots with his 3 sheep there. So Michael Gonerman, great job there. The rest of the class was followed by Jennifer Resch, Kyle Grau, Alexis Staley, and Aiden Quayle. So let's give those 4-Hers a hand for that class. So we've got the first place lightweight speckle face. The first and second place lightweight, both Sophia Lorch's sheep. Again, that's Sophia Lorch with the first and second out of the lightweight class. And both of Michael Gonerman's sheep in the heavyweight class, and we're gonna choose the first and second place out of these 2 classes.
I think we got two excellent class winners out here for the speckle face class. I'm going to kind of go out on a limb here. I'm going to make this lightweight lamb champion. It only weighed 105 pounds, but this lamb's got a world of future ahead of it. I see no reason why it can't go on to 130, 35 pounds, still maintain the cleanness and freshness that it shows here today, but it just so much excels the heavyweight lamb in the top and down through the center and lower portion of that leg. Very clean in its lines, very long body, proportionate enough. The big lamb be reserved, the first place heavyweight. Say you really appreciate him down his top, but he just gives up some of that lower leg muscle expression. Two very, very good kind of lambs here to champion and reserve.
All right, so that's Sophia Lorch, the overall speckle face champion, and Michael Gonerman with the reserve. So Sophia Lorch with the champion overall, and Michael Gonerman. Let's give them a hand. All right, we've got the blackface lambs coming on in. We've got three classes of blackface, a light, medium, and a heavy. Again, starting with the lightweights, 95 to 120 pounds. This is on the second page of your programs, if you've got a program out there. Showing in this lightweight class, Wyatt Lorch, Claire Tillotson, Aiden Quayle, Lindsay Grau. And Lindsay's got three sheep in this class, and Wesley Radcliffe rounds the class out. Again, Wyatt Lorch with the Silver Lakers, Claire Tillotson with Groom and Bloom, Aiden Quayle with Groom and Bloom, Lindsay Grau with Groom and Bloom, and Wesley Radcliffe. Thanks again for joining us at this year's 2020 Dickinson County 4-H and Sheep and Goat Show. Just an announcement, obviously we're all trying to prioritize and keep everybody's health and safety as our main concern. Participants are strongly encouraged to wear cloth face coverings and maintain appropriate distancings when possible. We're also limiting guests around the arena, so if you'd like to join on Facebook, all the shows here at the fair are going to be Facebook Live on www.exploreokoboji.com, or excuse me, on the live video stream. So Explore Okoboji on our live video stream. You can check out the rest of the shows. Tomorrow's show, Tuesday, July 21st, they'll be live streaming the beef show starting at 8 a.m. So the beef show starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Today's sponsors are Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmer Savings Bank, and the Mendel Wernemount family. So we'd like to thank those sponsors for sponsoring the Sheep and Goat Show today. Tonight we normally have the pie auction, which is a great fundraiser for the local 4-H clubs and the 4-H Council. And so we'd like to, because that's not going to happen, they are going to have a fun event tonight. It'll be a Pie in the Face fundraiser. And if you'd like to donate to that today, we've got a bucket up here. And if you'd like to donate to that, we've got a bucket up here that you can place your donations in.
This class of blackface, I think we got a real easy class winner here. You really like his profile when he walks in the ring. He's strong down his top. He's got some thickness. He's got some muscle down that top and through that lower leg. Very clean and neat in his front end. He's got some forearm muscle there to indicate that there's more through that chest floor, but just a very clean, neat made kind of lamb. Lamb in second's not quite as pretty, but handles very well. Not quite as clean through the middle, but just does have a lot of muscling down the top. Very firm in its handling, proper conditioning. Really like the cleanness up through the front end, the long level neck. Blends in real well in that front shoulder. Lamb in third is another heavy muscled lamb, just not quite the cleanness and side profile that we have in the first one, or first two. Coming in, another lamb here that has adequate muscling, but just giving up more through that center and lower leg. And the same way with these three lambs here. Good economical lambs, but just don't quite have the eye appeal, show ring character, the little bit shorter coupled through the hip and the rump.
All right, let's give these kids a hand. We'll get you the results here in a second. All right, so this is the medium. Oh, this is the lightweight class here results on the blackface, our first class of blackface. That's Wyatt Lorch with the champion blackface lamb, followed by Lindsey Grau, followed by Aiden Quayle, Claire Tillotson, Wesley Radcliffe. Lindsey Grau had two other sheep in that class, and that rounds out that class. Again, that was Wyatt Lorch and Lindsey Grau with the champion and reserve champion lightweight blackface. We've got our medium weights moving into the showroom now. The exhibitors in this medium weight blackface class are Claire Tillotson with Groom and Bloom, Alexis Staley with Silver Lakers, Sullivan Radcliffe with Groom and Bloom, Isabella Ostovic with Groom and Bloom. Aiden Quayle has two sheep in this class with Groom and Bloom, and Jackson Krebs have two lambs in this class, and Jackson's with the Silver Lakers. while we're in the middle of this medium weight class, I want to draw your attention to our 2020 Fair Queen, and we didn't do a Fair Queen for this year, so she's representing again this year. And our queen is Alexis Nielsen, and she goes to Okoboji High School. She graduated this year, and she was out for several sports and been out for 4-H from 7th grade on when she moved here in 7th grade. She will be showing goats this year, and she will be attending South Dakota State University as a freshman this coming fall in ag science. She'll be majoring in ag science. So Alexis, give everybody a wave there, and let's welcome Alexis and congratulate her as our Fair Queen this year. if you're just joining us, we're in the middle of our second blackface, medium weight class. And again, the exhibitors are Claire Tillotson, Alexis Staley, Sullivan Radcliffe, Isabella Ostovic, Aiden Quayle, and Jackson Krebs.
This heavyweight class, heavier weight, we got two really good individuals here. They're different kinds. I just can't pass up the overall length of body, the strength down that top. Definitely the longest hip lamb in this class. I was really surprised when I got my hands on him. Gives up a little bit of thickness in the center part of the leg, but he just has enough more extension up through the front end. Length down that top, very clean made, not near as far along in his condition as the lamb in second. The lamb in second, definitely heavy muscled, but just not the quite overall length of body, doesn't balance out quite as well. Another pair of lambs coming in here, stay in the lavender group. They have overall body length and they have some thickness down the top, just not quite as much as the two lambs above them, but two very desirable kind of lambs. The next four lambs in the blue group, lamb coming here, we're just giving up some profile at the eye appeal on that profile. Doesn't move out quite as well on his rear legs. They're camped under him just a little bit. A very long bodied lamb here, but just doesn't have the thickness down through the lower leg as the lambs above him. Darker colored lamb here, he's got a lot of thickness up through the front end. He doesn't balance out quite as well. And another lamb that just needs some more muscle here to bring up the class.
All right, let's give those 4-Hers a hand, and we'll get you the results here in a second. All right, so the results from that medium weight blackface class are Isabella Ostovic with showing our champion medium weight blackface, reserve champion Alexis Staley, followed by Jackson Krebs, Aiden Quayle, and Aiden Quayle's second sheep there was fifth. Sullivan Radcliffe had our sixth place lamb, followed by Jackson Krebs and Claire Tillotson. Let's give those kids a hand again. All right, already out in the show ring is our final market lead lamb blackface. This is our heaviest weight. They're 145 to 155 pound lambs here. And out in the show ring we have Tyler Tunglin, Isabella Ostovic, Lindsay Grau, and Tyler has two more sheep out there today. So Tyler has three out in this heavyweight class, and Sullivan Radcliffe rounds out the class in this heavyweight blackface. I'd like to take time here again to highlight our judge. Our judge is Larry Miller, and Larry grew up in Adel, Iowa, born and raised there. He showed sheep and 4-H and FFA throughout his young life there as he grew up. He's shown sheep all over the United States and Canada. Been judging since the 1970s. His kids were also involved in showing sheep, and so he's been doing this quite a long time. He actually moved to Pipestone, Minnesota, been a Minnesotan since 1982, but he, again, been judging since the 1970s. He enjoys passing the passion of sheep industry onto youth. So we'd like to thank, again, Larry Miller for taking time and being our judge here at the Sheep and Goat Show today. All right, I'm going to hand the mic over to Madeline. Madeline is her first year here, I believe, as a 4-H and Ag coordinator with the Iowa State Extension. So I'm going to let Madeline tell a little bit about herself and a little bit more detail on some things.
Hello, everybody. My name is Madeline Bruddy. This is my first year working for the Dickinson County Extension Office and helping coordinate the Dickinson County 4-H shows at the Dickinson County Fair. And a little bit about myself. I just graduated from Iowa State with a degree in agronomy. I really like soil. I think it's cool. Hopefully some of you who might be interested in going into agricultural studies in the future, if you want to pick my brain on that, I definitely have a few ideas and things to share for our up-and-coming graduates. But what I wanted to talk about today actually is just to promote again the Youth Council's Pie in the Face fundraiser. So because of the pandemic this year, we were not able to put on the pie auction. So in its stead, during Awards Day, we will be putting pies in, we have 3 tiers, pies in people's faces. So we have 3 tiers. The first tier, I believe, is 4-H leaders will get pies in their face. The second tier will be our fair board members, and then the third and final tier will be the County Youth Council itself. So if you would like to donate to our cause, we will be having our pies put in faces during our awards ceremony on Thursday in the Horse Arena at 5:30, I believe. Feel free to find a donation bucket. We have one right up here at the judges table, and then we also have one sitting towards the back of the arena by the bathrooms. And all of the proceeds will be going towards funding club activities for their clubs and the Youth County Council. Feel free to ask me any questions that you have about it. Otherwise, I look forward to meeting all of you, and I hope that we have a great fair.
Here again, this class, a lamb that follows very well. That the class winner in that last class, they're extremely long-bodied. They're very impressive when you get your hands on them. They're not over-finished by any means. When she gets him stuck, he handles real firm. Very little condition down over those ribs, but extremely long in that hip and a lot of thickness in that center part of the leg. Maybe gives up a little to the black dark lamb in second in the lower part, but I think it might come as this lamb matures some more. Real heavy muscled lamb, just not quite the overall extension profile that we have in the first one. Gives up a little bit of that body length. Coming in with 2 more lambs in the next group. Very long bodied level top, just not quite as extended up through the front end. Next lamb has a lot of thickness down the top, doesn't blend in quite as well in that top line, a little rougher in that shoulder junction. And a couple lambs that just give up the overall body depth and capacity and muscle thickness that we have in the ones above.
All right, that's Isabella Ostovic with our champion heavyweight Blackface, and Sullivan Radcliffe with our reserve. Let's give those 2 a hand, and we'll give you the remaining results here in a second. right, again, that was our heavyweight blackface lamb, and that was again Isabella Ostovic with our champion lamb, and Sullivan Radcliffe with our reserve champion. The rest of the class was Tyler Tunglin with our third and fourth place lamb, followed by Lindsey Grau, and Tyler Tunglin's third lamb in that class. So now we're going to bring out all three champion and reserve champion from our blackface class. Again, our champion and a reserve from each of our classes in blackface. So we've got our light, our medium, and our heavyweight lambs out there, and we'll be declaring an overall champion in the blackface class. Once we award our champion and reserve blackface, we'll be bringing out the whiteface and the speckleface, and we'll be crowning an overall grand champion market lead lamb. So once we award the blackface overall champion and reserve, we'll be bringing the whiteface and the speckleface out to round out our lead market lead lamb classes. Again, I'd like to thank today's sponsors for our sheep and goat show. And the sponsors are Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmer Savings Bank, and the Mendel-Warnemount family.
Champion in this blackface division, we got a really nice set of lambs out here. I'm not going to deliberate too long. We got an excellent lightweight lamb here, but I used the lightweight one in the speckleface class because it just really excelled everything else. But here we got two lambs up here that I really like. I'm going to go with the heavyweight lamb for champion and this middleweight lamb for reserve. They're just very similar in type and kind. When the young lady brought the second class out, I asked her, I said, did you bring the same one back? And just because they're so much alike, but I definitely like the heavyweight lamb better. He's just got some more thickness, natural muscling down that top, handle just a little bit firmer. Really got a lot of leg to him. Just they're long-bodied, level top, really good profiling, meaty, properly finished kind of lambs.
All right, I believe that was Isabella Ostovic with our overall blackface champion out of the heavyweight class, and Sullivan Radcliffe with our reserve champion out of the heavyweight class as well. So again, Isabella Ostovic and Sullivan Radcliffe, our overall blackface grand champion and reserve grand. So now we're going to leave those two out there. We'll be bringing out our speckle face and our white face as well. My bad there. Those are both Isabella Ostovic sheep. So it was the heavyweight with the grand champion, and was it her medium weight then? The middleweight with the reserve. Sorry about that. So out in the show ring, we've got Wesley Radcliffe's two white face market lead lambs. we've got Sophia Lorch and Michael Gonnerman representing the speckle face. And again, Isabella Ostovic, her two black-faced lambs out in the show ring. All right, again, if you're just joining us, this is the white-faced champion lamb, the speckle-faced champion in reserve, and the black-faced champion in reserve, and we're going to crown an overall grand champion market lead lamb.
I think we got an excellent representation for your championship drive and your market lamb show. All these lambs have been very appealing. They deserve to be at the top end of these classes. The one lamb that really stands out to me is going to be your champion today is your heavyweight lamb. Like I say, he's just super long-bodied, really good down his top, a lot of thickness, really long in that hip and loin, carries down real good in that lower leg. Gets a little closer for me for reserve. I like the second place lamb in that heavyweight division, but just doesn't have quite the pop in that top that this middleweight lamb does. I'm going to use this middleweight lamb for reserve. Just a lot of powerful sheep there. Got a long ways to go. I think it's got a future ahead of it.
All right, so that was Isabella Ostovic with the Grand Champion Market lead lamb that came out of the blackface. Let's give her a hand. And our reserve Grand Champion Market lead lamb was Sophia Lorch coming out of the speckle-face lamb. So let's give her a hand as well. Again, Isabella Ostovic with our Grand Champion Market lead lamb and Sophia Lorch with our reserve Grand Champion. We've got a couple classes of a pen of 3, and the first class out there is our white-face class, and that's Wesley Radcliffe, showing his three white-face lambs. We've got a black-face pen of 3 as well. So again, we've got a pen of 3 white face. We'll follow that up with a pen of 3 black face. And then we've got a breeding lamb project. And then we'll move into our sheep showmanship, senior and junior sheep showmanship.
Yeah, on this white-faced pen of 3, I'm going to give them a lavender. A little bit of pen of 3, you're really working on uniformity, and I've talked to these young men, a few things that I saw in them, but they're excellent quality muscle, conditioning-wise. They just don't match up quite as good as I might like to see them, and a few little faults on them there, but definitely a good set of lambs.
All right, let's give Wesley Radcliffe a hand for our champion market pen of 3 white face. We'll be bringing out the black face. We've got 3 participants in the black face pen of 3. We've got Sullivan Radcliffe with the Groom and Bloom 4-H Club, Isabella Ostovic with the Groom and Bloom, and Jackson Krebs. All right, again, we've got our market pen of 3 black face coming out into the ring. Again, our participants are Sullivan Radcliffe, Isabella Ostovic, and Jackson Krebs.
in this black-faced pen of 3, I'm giving 2 purples and 1 lavender. I think they're all very good. I'm starting with the most uniform pen. The first 2 pens each have 1 lamb I don't care quite as much for as the other 2, but there's some really outstanding lambs here, and I'm going to go with this pen. Like I say, you get them lined up height-wise, body length, they're pretty good. Just not that when there's some other things I like to pick apart on that center lamb. Same way with these, the dark lamb, I really like him. One of the other lambs just doesn't have quite as much through the leg, back through that loin, but they're still fairly uniform. Third place pen just don't match quite together. They give up quite a bit of the muscling that we have in these first 2 pens.
All right, so that's Isabella Ostovic with her pen of 3 with the black-faced champion, followed by Sullivan Radcliffe, reserve, and Jackson Krebs rounds out that class. Let's give them a hand. All right, so now we've got Wesley Radcliffe's white face pen of 3 coming out, and Isabella Ostovic and Sullivan Radcliffe are still out there, and we'll crown an overall grand champion market pen. Thanks again for coming today. Just want to remind you that Tuesday, the beef show starts at 8 o'clock, and they'll be live streaming that show on exploreokoboji.com. So if you want to check out some more of the youth shows, please check that out on Explore Okoboji.
This champion pin of 3, I'm going to go with the black-faced lambs for champion. You just got a lot more uniformity. I really like the length down the top. Reserve, it gets pretty close, but I'm going to go with the second place pin. The white lambs are really good quality. The one really like to straighten up on the back leg. They're carrying a little more condition. To me, that's the biggest thing today to make the second place blackface slip into reserve.
All right, so we've got Isabella Ostovic's market pen of 3 blackface as our champion, and Sullivan Radcliffe, again, his blackface as our reserve. So let's give them a hand. All right, our last sheep class is going to be our breeding sheep, breeding a lamb project. And then we'll follow that up with our showmanship, sheep showmanship classes. After that, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be getting started with our goat show after that. All right, exhibitors, I just want to remind you that those of you that had champion sheep, We're going to be taking photos in the northeast corner of the cattle barn. So please find Madeline, and she will be taking your picture there. Again, champion photos will be taken on the northeast corner of the cattle barn. Please find Madeline to get your picture taken out there. Those pictures will be taken in between the sheep and the goat show. So in between the sheep and the goat show, please find your way to the northeast corner of the cattle barn. All right, I believe we've got 10 participants here in this breeding lamb project. We do have an addition. Lindsay Grau is an addition to the program, but we've got Lindsay Grau out there. We've got Michael Gonerman, Laney Lorch, Wyatt Lorch, Aiden Quayle, Claire Tillotson, Kyle Grau, Tyler Wallace, Ashlyn Nitsky, and Allison Wallace. Again, those participants are Lindsay Grau, Michael Gonerman, Laney Lorch, Wyatt Lorch, Aiden Quayle, Claire Tillotson, Kyle Grau, Tyler Wallace, Ashlyn Nitsky, and Allison Wallace. Again, this is our breeding lamb project. If you're just joining us, we're just finishing up with our last class, sheep class. It's a breeding lamb project. And in the show ring, we have Allison Wallace, Ashlyn Nitsky, Tyler Wallace, Kyle Grau, Claire Tillotson, Aiden Quayle, Wyatt Lorch, Lainey Lorch, Michael Donnerman, and Lindsay Grau. We'd like to thank today's sponsors for the Sheep and Goat Show, and the sponsors are Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmer Savings Bank, and the Mendel Warnemount family. Just a reminder too, as Madeline said here just a bit ago, the pie auction is not going to happen tonight, but in replace of that, they are going to have a Pie in the Face fundraiser. And we do have buckets here at the table here and out back behind the spectators there, where there are buckets where you can place donations. That fundraiser was the main fundraiser for 4-H clubs and the Youth Council. So if you'd like to donate to that in lieu of the pie auction, please do so. Tomorrow, the beef show starts at 8 a.m. Again, tomorrow, July 21st, is the beef show at 8 a.m., and that will be live streaming on exploreokoboji.com.
This breeding you class, I think we got some excellent individuals here. Lamb I'm starting with, it just catches your eye when she comes in the ring. She's long-bodied, she's real uniform in her depth from front to rear, moves out real well on her feet and legs. The lamb in second, very well profiling lamb, just not quite as tall overall as you'd like to see, but she's really uniform from front to rear, has a lot of chest rib capacity, has some muscle and thickness, really long-bodied speckled lamb here, got a lot of leg under, 2 lambs here that make outstanding brood ewes, just not quite as heavily muscled, but depends on the program you're putting them in. For commercial sheep production, they're 2 outstanding kind of ewes. Another well-made ewe here, just giving up a little bit of the overall frame and structure we have in the ones in front, not quite as well laid in through that shoulder area. A bigger long-bodied lamb. I really have some problems with this lamb on the back right leg. You see how she's walking kind of stiff, and when she stands, she gets really post-legged, and she's real high in her rear flank. You look at her chest floor, running back up to her flank, there's a lot of difference there. 4 more ewes that just don't have quite the overall structure, overall scale to get up to what I'd like to see in the higher end of a breeding ewe class.
All right. Again, this was our breeding lamb project, our ewes there. Allison Wallace had our grand champion breeding lamb, followed by Lindsay Grau with our reserve champion. Let's give those two a hand. Following that class out was Michael Gonerman with our third place ewe, followed by Ashlyn Nitsky, Aiden Quayle, Tyler Wallace, Claire Tillotson, Kyle Grau, Wyatt Lorch, and Laney Lorch. Our final two shows here in the sheep category are going to be our senior showmanship and our junior showmanship. We start with our seniors, and hopefully those juniors are out there watching and catching some clues here from our senior showmen. Out there in the show ring, we have Ashlyn Nitsky with Okoboji FFA, Isabella Ostovic with Groom and Bloom 4-H Club, Lindsay Grau with Groom and Bloom, Aiden Quayle, also Groom and Bloom, Alexis Staley with our Silver Lakers, Wyatt Lorch with our Silver Lakers, and Wesley Radcliffe with Groom and Bloom. In addition, we have Claire Tillotson. All right, so again, we've got our senior sheep showmanship participants out there, and that's Claire Tillotson, Wesley Radcliffe, Wyatt Lorch, Alexis Staley, Aiden Quayle, Lindsay Grau, Isabella Ostovic, and Ashlyn Nitsky. Again, if you're just joining us, we're in process of our 2 sheep showmanship classes, our senior and our juniors. We have our senior sheep showmanship out there, and I'd like to take the time again to thank our judge, Larry Miller. He's coming to us from Pipestone, Minnesota, where he moved there in 1982. He's been a judge since the 1970s. He's shown sheep all over the United States and Canada, and he enjoys passing the passion of the sheep industry on to the youth. So I just want to thank Larry for his time spent here as our judge.
In this senior showmanship, I think you got an outstanding set of individuals out here. They all deserve a big round of applause, so please give them one. I said I need to line up 4. I've got 4 out here. Champion's going to be the young lady on this end. I think she's done a really good job all day. But the lamb is presented very well. She's very attentive. She knows where the judge is. She pays attention to instructions, follows the ring band, just does a very good job. The lamb is always presented to look its best at all times. Young lady in second, I really like their calmness. She's had some issues with the lamb, but she doesn't get too excited. One of the biggest things, the reason you're up there, when I had you pull out of line and change places, you turned in position and went to the other place. Too many of you are pulling way out in front and walking in front where I can't see your lamb. You always want your lamb to be presented to the judge. You never know what he might be looking. So, and couple of the others did it too, but that's, like I say, one of the main reasons you're in second instead of down the line a ways for that main reason. Young lady in third, biggest comment I'll give you to improve. You really love your lamb and you show it, and you got too much of a pet. You rub his head and scratch his ears, and he's kind of falling asleep on you. Sometimes he's not set up, not braced quite as good as he might be. But that's kind of a good thing to have wrong. So just concentrate on that a little bit and have him just be a little more alert. But you do a very fine job. And the young man with the white-faced sheep, here again, the sheep hasn't cooperated all the time, but he sure gets it set up. The feet and legs are square under it, presents it very well, got around the ring in very good manner. And most of these other kids did too, so it's really tough to, I get one comment, the young man with the really slick sheared weather here. What's the biggest thing wrong with your lamb? Why aren't you over here? No. One reason, when you came in the ring, I knew you weren't going to win. Belly's covered with shavings. Most of them have fallen off by now. There's still got a lot of them on the legs. Your sheep should be clean and neat when they come in the ring as well as the showman. But that's something that I've done it too long. It's kind of a pet peeve of mine. Remember that down the road. But you all did a nice job. Let's give them all another round of applause.
All right, great job. That's Isabella Ostovic as our senior showman, and followed by Ashlyn Nitsky, Alexis Staley, and Wesley Radcliffe. Let's give them another hand. Great job. All right, now we've got our junior 4-Hers coming on into the ring. We've got Tyler Tunglin, Jennifer Resch, Michael Connerman, Tyler Wallace, Kyle Grau, Sullivan Radcliffe, and Sophia Lorch. All right, just a reminder, those that showed had champion sheep, they're going to be taking pictures on the northeast corner of the cattle building right after this showmanship here. So in between the sheep and the goat show, they'll be taking pictures on the northeast corner of the cattle barn. So please find your way there, and I believe Madeline will be taking your pictures there. So please find your way to the northeast corner of the cattle barn to take champion pictures. There will be a 30-minute break in between the sheep and the goat show. So about 12:30ish, we should be starting that goat show. So please make note of that. I'd like to again thank our sponsors today. The sponsors are Dickinson County Agriculture Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmers Savings Bank, and the Mendel-Wernemount family. Just a quick roundup before we end today's sheep show. I'd like to again thank Larry Miller for judging. He'll stay here for the Go Show as well. But just a reminder too, the donation buckets are here up front and out there where you spectators are at. For the pie auction, there will not be a pie auction tonight, but they are having a youth fundraiser for that, a Pie in the Face fundraiser, and you can donate in these buckets here. Those donations go to help support our 4-H clubs and 4-H youth councils, so that's a very important fundraiser for them, and if you so choose to donate, the buckets are here again up front and out back there. Tomorrow's beef show starts at 8 a.m. and again, exploreokoboji.com will be live feeding that. So please take note that the beef show starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Again, pictures for those of you that showed champion sheep here this morning. Between the sheep and the goat show will be at the northeast corner of the cattle barn.
In this showmanship class, I've been having a few comments with some of them down the line. I think they've all done a good job. I think this young man has easily excelled the rest of the class. After the comments I made about his sheep in class, he never let that leg get out of place once in showmanship. So she looks really good when it's under her, but there's some times you let her get pushing far forward. But you did an excellent job. Young man in second, very calm, has his lamb presented very well. I think these top three are really close. They all did a really nice job. Had the lamb out. He's just not quite as comfortable maybe with it as the young man in first. The young lady in third, here again I made the comment earlier, a few shavings on the lamb when you came in the ring. Something that definitely shouldn't be there, but you've done a good job of handling the lamb, setting it up, moving it around the ring. I've already talked with these next three exhibitors about changing sides. And my opinion is, unless you hear a judge say, I always want you on the opposite side, don't change. Because you notice all of them, the one young lady let her lamb loose, others had a problem with them leading, and I asked, how much do you work with them at home on that side? None. So, you know, just stay on that side. That's where you're going to be 99% of the time, unless you hear a judge say that. I don't want to get in trouble for
All right, so let's congratulate Tyler Wallace. He was a junior sheep showmanship winner. Congratulations, Tyler. And our second place was Sullivan Radcliffe, followed by Sophia Lorch and Michael Gonerman. Let's give them all a hand. All right, so we've got a 30-minute break, and we'll get started with the goat show here in 30 minutes, so about 1:30, or excuse me, 12:40 around that time. So we'll start the goat show about 12:40. So I have a quick announcement. The Groom and Bloom 4-H Club had an antique tractor ride that they did yesterday, and they have graciously donated all their proceeds, $361, to the Dickinson County Fair. So that's awesome that they did that. So the Groom and Bloom 4-H Club, $361 donated to the Dickinson County Fair. Well done.
we've got some plaques for you to pick up and take a photo of your animal out at the northeast side of the beef barn. Thank you.
I'd like to make an announcement to have the Clover kids make their way to the show arena. If the Clover kids could make their way to the show arena, I believe we'll have Eli Umscheid and Lennon Umscheid bringing some goats out. So whenever you're ready, please come on into the show ring.
Good afternoon. We're at the start of our goat show here. We have two young exhibitors in the Clover Buds category. They have their pet goats out here with them. We've been having some discussion about what goats are good for besides making great pets, and they both know they clean up a lot of weeds, and these goats are better trained than the ones that I had when I was a kid, because they said, and I don't know if they're true or not, but they said these don't climb on the car hood. I know the ones I had at home always did, but they probably better goat herders here than I was. So, but thanks for bringing them out, guys.
great job, Eli and Lennon, showing those goats. I believe we're ready. I believe we're going to start with the feedlot goat project that's already been judged, and our judge, Larry Miller's out there visiting with the kids right now, and I believe he's probably ready to speak.
Alrighty, we had 2 pens of the feeder lamb category this morning. We got 2 pens of feeder goats. These are the 2 young individuals here. I've been back at their pens and evaluated them back there. Let me get the sheets here. They both done a nice job. They're very knowledgeable of their project. They get these in about April. Didn't have an official weigh-in this year, so it was a little hard to get an accurate rate of gain. But they both done very well, I would say, due to the warm summer we had. I kind of let them talk a little bit, tell me about their project, and then I ask a few questions. They're both very knowledgeable. I give a few placing scores on these, and it's a combination of what the young people know about their project and how the project looks. The first place pin today is going to the young lady here. She had 4 very nice goats. They were just a little more conditioned. Couple questions she might have answered just a little bit better, but they're both very knowledgeable on the project. The young man, his goats are very desirable. They weren't quite as uniform. There again, when you got a pin, that's one thing you look at is uniformity of size. You have a little more weight spread, a little difference in, I don't know whether it was a difference in age, but just confirmation there was one in there that wasn't quite as muscular as the others. And we talked a little bit about the marketing of them. Goats have become very popular in the United States. A lot of the ethnic groups, they're very popular. And with the young man, I was discussing about the weights. And you got to be careful. You get them much over 80, 85 pounds. I got a friend that hauls a lot back to New York. And the price starts dropping per hundredweight. So, ideally you'd get them to 120, 30 pounds. But there's 2 faults with that. A lot of them are sold on a whole carcass basis, so it's more meat than what a lot of the consumers need. And also, if you got them to 120 pounds, they've had a lot of corn and they're awful fat. A lot of them are barbecued. They don't like the fat dripping on the fire. So it's just kind of a deal with that. That's the way they're marketed, and you just have to understand that. Both of these young people have done a very fine job, very knowledgeable. The young lady was first, the young man was second. So keep up the good work and bring back some more. Thank you.
Special thanks goes out to the Menowarnemount family who sponsored the awards for the Feedlot Goat Project. So thank you, Warnemount family, for that. Again, that was Alexis Staley with our champion Feedlot Goat Project, and Wyatt Lorch with our reserve grand champion. We're now going to move into our, I believe we have 4 classes of altered male meat goat, 4 classes of altered male meat goat, and we're going to start again with the lightweights. 45 pounds to 70 pounds are going to be coming out here soon. All right, we've got Cora Niemeyer, Nathan Goodell, Bella Barnhart, Bowden Barnhart. Bowden's got 3 goats coming out. Seth Goodell, and Bella has 2 goats as well, and Ava Rashi. right, we've been doing goats quite a few years here at the Dickinson County Fair. I don't know how many. I'm guessing at least 10 or more, since I've been announcing. But just a few fun facts regarding goats. Many of you may know some of these, but maybe not be as familiar with goats as you are the sheep. But the goats were the first animal in the world to be domesticated. So the first animal to be domesticated in the world were goats. And it was also the first animal to be used for milk. There are over 210 breeds of goats in the world. Female goats are called a doe or a nanny. Male goats are called a buck or a billy. And baby goats, most of you know, are called kids. Life expectancy 8 to 12 years, in some cases up to 15. Worldwide, pretty interesting, more people eat and drink goat milk, and drink goat milk than any other animal. So worldwide, more people eat and drink goat milk than any other animal. Goats do not like to get wet and will seek shelter if it's raining. Before coins were used for money, goats were traded for silver because they were so valuable. And goat milk is easily digestible and less allergenic than cows. So those are a few goat facts for you all this morning, or this afternoon now. All right, if you're just joining us, we're just started the goat show here. We're on our first show class, the altered male meat goat. We've got 4 classes with the male meat goat, and again, we're starting with the light weights, 45 pounds to 70 pounds. Out in the ring, we've got Cora Niemeyer, Nathan Goodell, Bella Barnhart, Bowden Barnhart, Seth Goodell, and Ava Rashi. Today's show and many of the other shows here this week at the Dickinson County Fair are going to be live streamed on exploreokoboji.com. So please tune in if you can't make it out here to exploreokoboji.com for the live stream. Also, many of the events, as you know, with the environment here this year, are changed or postponed or altered in some way. So no pie auction tonight, but there will be a Pie in the Face fundraiser. And we do have buckets, a basket here in front of the table, and then a basket out by the spectators there. Feel free to donate. Again, that fundraiser is used by the individual 4-H clubs and the 4-H council, and that's a big fundraiser for them. So please, if you're willing, please donate to that. That goes directly, again, to the 4-H clubs and to the 4-H youth council. Tomorrow, Tuesday, the 21st, the beef show starts at 8 a.m. and again, that will be live streamed. We'd like to thank today's sponsors. Today's sponsors are Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmers Savings Bank, and the Mendel-Runemount family.
This lightweight class here, did something I don't do a whole lot. I usually have my mind made up, but when I got another rear view of these first two, I'm going to go with this goat with the most thickness, the most volume and capacity in this class. Allow a forearm on him, very heavy muscled goat, just a very outstanding muscled individual, not quite the overall frame that we have in the second place one. Like say when I had him aside, I sure liked him for his side profile, but just doesn't have the thickness, and when you handle him up over that top, just not quite the pop in that loin area that we have in the first place one. Coming down here with about 3 more will be in the lavender group. I think they all have enough muscle and capacity to stay up there a little more time. The colored goat here in the middle, he's really green. He's got a lot of potential, very heavy bone. I think he'll really put some muscle on when he gets a little bigger. And then we got some that are just giving up a little of the thickness and overall body style that we have in the upper end. Got a dairy cross goat there on the bottom, just a little finer bone, but we still got to have those around. You can cross them and they still make a very adequate market animal.
All right. For our first class, champion in the lightweight was Seth Goodell with his goat. Second in reserve was Ava Rash, followed by Bella Barnhart and Bowden Barnhart with his two there, and Bella's second as well. Rounding out the class was Nathan Goodell and Cora Niemeyer. Moving right along here, we got our second class, a middleweight class, weighs 75 to 80 pounds. Nine goats in this class. Kelsey Arrett with the Silver Lakers, Sophia Lorch with the Silver Lakers, Aiden Quell with Groom and Bloom. Sophia has a second goat out there. Gabe Nielsen with the Okoboji FFA. Andy Ashland with Groom and Bloom. Kelsey Arrett has a second goat out there. Seth Goodell with the Silver Lakers, and Gracie Schmitz rounds out the class. Again, this is our second class of meat male goats. For those of you that just came here for the goat show and missed the sheep, I want to introduce our judge here today. Our judge is Larry Miller. He was born and raised and grew up in Adel, Iowa, so he's an Iowa boy, born and raised. Showed sheep in 4-H and FFA most of his young career there, and showed throughout the United States and Canada. His kids now have also been involved in sheep. Larry's been a judge since the 1970s and moved to Pipestone, Minnesota in 1982, where he's been ever since. And he enjoys passing the passion of the sheep and goat industry on to the youth. So we're thankful that Larry Miller took the time and has been our judge here today. So thank you, Larry.
of you who are following updates along us at the Dickinson County Fair, please give a moment of your time to like and turn on updates for our Facebook page, Dickinson County 4-H and Youth. We are posting pictures, links to live streams, and placing updates with each and every show as fast as we can. And for 4-H families who like to be in the know when it comes to smaller updates, such as when deadlines are coming and quick facts about maybe when you should start working with your animals and things that might not necessarily need to be sent out in a mass email to clog your inbox, please give us a like as well. We want to stay connected with you, and that is a resource that can be very valuable. Thank you.
This class, I made sure I was right before I pulled these top three in, but there wasn't much question in my mind. This is a really good kind of market goat we got up here to start. Long-bodied, level top. He's clipped real close, but everything you see there is volume and muscle and capacity. Very good on his feet and legs. Just an all-around very good goat. Goats here in second and third. Just had a little question. I think we got more total volume and muscle in the second place one. A little more hair on the third place, the solid brown goat. Really like the pattern of it, but when you get your hands on, I think a lot of that extra nice that you like when you're looking is mostly hair, but a very good pattern goat. Come into three more here that I'm still going to leave up in the lavender category. Very long-bodied here that really likes to run, but just not quite the overall thickness. Next goat coming out, there again, he's got the thickness, but he's a little shorter coupled, doesn't have the extension down that body. And another lot of meat to this next goat, but just doesn't have the profile, the pattern, not quite as strong down the top. The last three are going to still be in the blue ribbon category. I think if they come along a little bit, they can still be very desirable market goats.
All right, let's give these kids a round of applause. All right, results from our show class 2, our second class of our male meat goat. Andy Ashland took away the champion there in this class, followed by Seth Goodell with reserve. Sophia Lorch, Gabe Nielsen, Aiden Quayle, Kelsey Errett, Gracie Schmitz, and Kelsey Arrett, and Sophia Lorch rounded that class off. So again, first place, Andy Ashland. Reserve was Seth Goodell. Let's give them another hand. Moving quickly on to our third altered male meet goat class. These are all between 85 and 95 pounds. Again, there's 4 classes with the male meat goat, so this is our 3 of 4. Out in the show ring, Andy Ashland has 2 goats, Kyle Grau, Nathan Goodell, Aiden Quayle, Alexis Nielsen, and Claire Tillotson. Again, we've got Andy Ashland with the Groom and Bloom, Kyle Grau with Groom and Bloom, Nathan Goodell with the Silver Lakers, Aiden Quayle with Groom and Bloom, Alexis Nielsen with the Milford Pioneers, and Claire Tillotson with Groom and Bloom.
in this class, I think we got a pair up here, very close placing, but they excel the rest of the class. These two are the most two complete. They got style, they got pattern, they got heavy bone, they're balanced, they're full of meat. Then we start running into some really good goats. I'm still going to leave all those others in the lavender category, but they all got problems. But these two, like I say, are just pretty darn complete. They got a lot of things going for them. Very good on your feet and legs. They handle real good. Neither one of them disappoints you. I think the lamb, or the goat that I'm starting with, just a little tighter in his front end, moves out just a little bit better when he walks out, but a little cleaner made in the shoulder, but two very, very good individuals. The dark goat in third come out. I really like that, but you look at the front end, starting to get pretty wide there. It breaks out pretty good, but you really appreciate the style and pattern. Does have a lot of thickness, not quite the overall length that we had in the first two. Coming here next, a really thick-made little guy. You can see he's got a lot of muscle. He's really strong. The young man's doing a good job keeping up with him, but just a lot of meat and muscle in him. Just not quite the overall profile that we have in the ones above him. Coming here next, kind of a rough-looking one. He's got a lot of meat in him, but he doesn't move out real good on his rear legs. He's down in his pasterns. Just some little faults that we still need to pay attention to. Two more very nice goats. They don't have quite the overall thickness. The goat last in this class, I'm still going to leave it up there in that lavender category. Makes a very desirable goat. Not quite the levelness out over the rump that we have in some of the others in this class.
All right, results are in for the third class of the altered male meat goat. Leading the class was Andy Ashland's goat. Reserve was Claire Tillotson. 3, Aiden Quayle. 4th, Kyle Grau. And rounding out the class was Alexa Nielsen, Nathan Goodell, and Andy Ashland's second goat. All right. Moving quickly again into our 4th male meat goat class. This is our largest. Weights between 100 and 115 pounds. Moving into the show ring is Alexis Nielsen, Gabe Nielsen, Amy Martin, Lindsay Grau, Claire Tillotson, Isabella Ostovic, and Kyle Martin. We've got several 4-H'ers here with 2 goats out there. Alexis Nielsen has 2 goats, and she's with the Milford Pioneers. Again, we've got Gabe Nielsen. Amy Martin has 2 goats as well, and Amy is showing with the Okoboji FFA. Amy Martin with Okoboji FFA. Lindsay Grau is with Groom and Bloom. Again, Alexis Nielsen with Milford Pioneers, Lindsay Grau with Groom and Bloom, Claire Tillotson with Groom and Bloom, Isabella Ostovic, Kyle Martin is showing 2 goats with the Okoboji FFA. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the final and fourth class of the altered male meat goat class. As soon as we're done with this class, we'll be bringing out the champion and grand champion from each of the other four classes there, and we'll come away with a champion altered male meat goat. Immediately following that, we'll be moving into the female meat goat categories. We've got two classes there, and then we'll move into the breeding goats.
this heavyweight class, I think we got an outstanding individual here. Liked him when he come in the ring, and there was nothing to ever change my mind. Long body, straight down the top, very good on his feet and legs, a lot of bone, wide standing, but still very smooth in his makeup, smooth up through that shoulder. Got a lot of muscle to him, and getting up there, the upper end of the weight we want to see these goats at, but he's still properly finished. Got 3 goats coming in here. I'm still going to leave in the purple category. They're just giving up little things. They got a real thick goat here in second, just not quite the overall eye appeal. The goat in third like to level up that top, and they give him a little more length. A real heavy-duty kind of goat here in fourth. Hasn't been behaving very well, but he's really heavy boned, a little soft in his rear pasterns. He was that way when he came out, but his fighting hasn't helped it any, but a good marked kind of goat. We're going to go with 3 more in the lavender group. I think they all have adequate amount of muscling, got some length, they're properly conditioned, just good overall kind of goats. And we're going to end up with 4 blue ribbon ones down here that just giving up a little bit of size, structure, or overall profiling when we get them out there. Thank you.
All right, 11 goats in that last heavyweight class. Isabella Ostovic was the champion in that heavyweight class. Kyle Martin's 2 goats came in reserve in third. Alexis Nielsen had the 4th place goat. Lindsey Grau, 5. Rounding out the class was Claire Tillotson. Amy Martin's 2 goats. Lindsey Grau, Alexis Nielsen, and Gabe Nielsen. We've got the grand and the reserve grand of each of the 4 male meat goat classes, starting from the lightweight to the heavyweight that we just finished up here. They will crown a grand champion overall and reserve grand out of the male meat goat categories.
for this champion drive. We've got some individuals out here. I'm very happy with all of them. Very well represented in your county show. To me, the one that stands out is this heavyweight. He just too much volume, capacity, muscle, very free and easy moving. He's going to be your champion today. I walked him one more time because I sure like this third and second place class winners, trying to make a decision on them. I think I saw just a little more pop of expression and muscling on this class 3 winner. He's going to be your reserve, but that's two very good animals there. But the heavyweight and then class 3 for champion and reserve.
All right, so that's Isabella Ostovic with our heavyweight goat, grand champion of the male meat goat, and Andy Ashland's goat out of the third class, champion out of the third class being our reserve champion. So Isabella Ostovic with our heavyweight goat champion and Andy Ashland coming in with our reserve. We'll move on to our first female goat, meat goat category. We've got 2 classes coming up here with the female goats. We've got our lightweights, 55 to 65 pounds, followed by our heavier weights, 100 to 125 pounds. We'll do each of these 2 classes, then we'll crown our overall female meat goat, and then we'll bring the male meat goats out and come up with a grand champion meat goat overall. While we're waiting on the female goats, just like to take some time to thank today's sponsors. Today's sponsors are Dickinson County Agricultural Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmer Savings Bank, and the Mendel Warnemount family. Thank you to those sponsors for helping out with today's show. Tomorrow, the beef show starts at 8 a.m. And like I said earlier, it will be live streamed on exploreokoboji.com. So tune into exploreokoboji.com to check out the beef show, which starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Tonight is the Pie in the Face fundraiser. This is in lieu of the pie auction that normally happens each year. If you'd like to donate to that, we've got baskets up front here and out in the spectator area. Again, this money goes to the area 4-H clubs as well as the 4-H council. So please donate to that if you wish. Again, those proceeds go directly to the 4-H clubs and to the 4-H Youth Council. All right, we've got our female meat goats out there. The lightweights, Ava Rashi, Kendall Niemeyer, Jennifer Aresh, Miley Waja, and Kendall Niemeyer. Has a second goat out there as well. Looks like they're all with the, 4 of them with the Silver Lakers and Jennifer Resch with the Spirit Lakers.
this lightweight class. I got a really good goat. I'm starting here, this partial brown one. I did check its back right foot. It shows it was standing, holding it up, and then when it was walking, it was limping a little bit. Breeding class, I wouldn't start with her. She's just not sound enough. But a market class, you never know what can happen when they come to the fair. They could catch it loading or whatever. But just an outstanding goat, and I'm going to go ahead and use her for this market class. Got two more that putting in, or one more in the purple class. Long-bodied, a lot of style, just not quite the overall thickness and muscling that we have in that first one. One lavender here that, or two lavenders coming out. They still have a lot of potential, lightweight. They can go on and grow out to be really good meat goats. The fifth goat in this class just is not quite thick enough. She's too narrow down the top, doesn't fill out through that lower leg that we'd like to see.
All right, in our lightweight female meat goat class, we had Jennifer Resch with our champion goat there. Kendall Niemeyer with one of her goats taking reserve. Kendall Niemeyer taking third as well. Rounding out the class was Miley Wajdi and Ava Rashi. We've got our heavyweight female meat goats out in the ring now. Kyle Martin with the Okoboji FFA, Amy Martin with the Okoboji FFA, Tyler Tunglin with Groom and Bloom, and Taylor Tunglin with Groom and Bloom. This one could get interesting, not to put any pressure on the judge here, but we got two siblings battling it out here, so. Two sets of siblings battling it out. Judge Larry Miller just asked me if I'm talking about the kids or the goats. I'm definitely talking about the kids. So as soon as we finish up here with our heavyweight class of female meat goat, we'll bring out the lightweight class. We'll crown an overall female meat goat. Then right after that, we'll bring out the male meat goat grand champion, and we'll come up with an overall meat goat champion.
This heavyweight class, we got 3 excellent individuals out here, but I'm going to start with the one that's the most properly conditioned. We got 2 real powerful females there in second and third, but I mean, you can see it when they come in, you get your hands on them. It's something you really got to watch in this goat market is the conditioning. Fat doesn't sell very good. It weighs, but you take a lot less per pound. So I'm going to start with a very good individual, long-bodied, a lot of muscle in her, very good in her feet and legs, and much more properly conditioned than the 2 we have in second. The second over third, she's just a little more expression of muscling down that top, but they're both of them, if you look at them in the front, watch them walk towards you, they're awful full in the brisket, they're getting pretty thick in the chest, carrying a lot of condition. The black-headed one here in fourth, very desirable kind of goat, doesn't move off those rear feet and legs quite as good as I'd like to see, not quite the total volume of muscle that we have in the rest of them.
All right, it looks like in today's version of the Battle of the Sexes, the females win out. We've got Amy Martin with our champion female meat goat, followed by Taylor Dunglin with our reserve champion. The class follow the class out with Tyler and Kyle. So again, Amy Martin and Taylor, our champion in reserve. Let's give them a hand. We'll bring Jennifer Resch and Kendall Niemeyer out in the ring. They have the grand and reserve grand of the lightweight female meat goat. Again, we'll come up with a female meat goat overall champion, and then we'll bring out the male goats and come up with a grand champion overall.
For this female market goat championship, I'm going to go with the heavyweight goat. She's there today. I really like her. She's got a lot of meat, muscle, property condition. Gets really close to me for second. I really like the pattern of this little brown and white goat. But like I say, she just picked up that foot again. I'm going to go with the second place out of the heavyweight class. She's got a little more condition than I'd like to see, but she's still very sound and everything, and I'm going to use the 2 for champion reserve.
All right, so we got Amy Martin bringing home the overall female meat goat, and Taylor Tunglin with the reserve, both out of the heavyweight class. So we'll bring out Isabella Ostovic's heavyweight from the male meat goat, and Andy Ashland's reserve grand out of the male meat goat. I believe he was out of the third club, not the heavyweight, but the second to heavyweight class there, and we'll crown an overall meat goat champion.
For champion here in the Market Goat Show, I think we got 4 individuals out here. I'd be happy to have any of them in a lot of places. I'm going to go with this heavyweight weather goat. I really like the pattern. He's got more thickness in that center and upper part of the leg than we have on the female. Both of them got a lot of bone and move out real good, but just a lot more muscle in that center upper part of the leg. Reserve, it gets close again, real close to second place in this class. First place here, I'm just going to go with the first place in the female class. I like the levelness down her top, the strength. Both of them have adequate amount of muscling, good bone, move out free and easy. A lot of skeletal structure and soundness, but just a little strength down the top is where I'm going to go for reserve.
All right, let's give them a hand. That's Isabella Ostovic with our grand champion meat goat, and Amy Martin with our reserve grand champion meat goat. Well done. We got 2 more goat classes before we get to the showmanship. We've got our breeding meat goats and our dairy and novelty goats are the 2 last classes we have before we end the show with our showmanship. So hang in there, we're rounding things out here. bringing out our female breeding meat goat, 6 to 12 month age on these goats. We got Tyler Tunglin with his 2 goats. Is that Andy Ashland helping show his second goat. Kyle Grau, Lindsey Grau, Claire Tillotson, Aiden Quayle, Taylor Tunglin, and Jennifer Resch.
This breeding doe class, we've got a really nice pair here to start. Chatted with the young men out there. I figured they belong to the same person. They're very much alike in their pattern. I'm starting with the goat. I think got a little more overall thickness, a little more muscling. She's still very neatly laid in her front end. She has a little more expression when you get behind them. She beats the one in second. The one in second's a little more up-headed, a little more up higher in the shoulder, but just not quite the overall uniformity of thickness from front to rear. But a very nice pair of females. Next goat coming in class gives up just a little bit of the overall skeletal size. Get them out there at the profile. She's not quite as good as the first two. Really long-bodied, heavy muscled, heavy boned female coming in here. Like to clean her up in that front end. She's coming apart a little bit, and as she matures, hopefully she doesn't get too thick up there. If she doesn't, she's going to make a really good goat. Another nice pair of goats another goat coming in here. Got a lot of things. The first one's just not the overall size and capacity. Come in here with three more that just need a little more femininity, a little more size, a little more balance. Really thick goat here in last place, but just didn't have enough cleanliness, enough overall skeletal size to go any higher.
All right. Our female breeding meat goat, 6 to 12 months, champion was shown by Tyler Tunglin. In fact, he brought home the champion and reserve champion in that class. In third was Aiden Quayle, his goat. Fourth, Jennifer Resch. Fifth, Taylor Tunglin. Rounding out the class, Lindsay Grau, Claire Tillotson, and Kyle Grau. All right, our last class is the dairy anomaly goat, shown by Lainey Lorch with the Silver Lakers. Lainey Lorch with the Silver Lakers. All right. Immediately following the goat showmanship, champion and reserve champion goats, please meet in the northeast corner of the cattle barn for pictures with your animals. So with your goats, right after the showmanship, northeast corner of the cattle barn, please head on out there with your goat to get your pictures right after the showmanship.
Okay, we only have one in our dairy goat class here. She's middle of February. She's very adequate in her size for her age. I really like the straightness down the top. She's very well put together on her feet and legs. She travels out very smooth, structurally sound everywhere. She's going to, gets a medal. She would be a purple ribbon anyway, but she's a very good representation of the La Mancha breed.
All right, let's give Lainey Lorch a hand, our champion dairy goat. Great job. All right, it's time for showmanship. We'll start again with our seniors. Those juniors out there that will be showing after them, you might want to huddle around and take a good look. All right. Coming out for the senior goat showmanship, we've got Isabella Ostovic with the Groom and Bloom, Andy Ashland with Groom and Bloom, Ava Rashi with the Silver Lakers, Lindsay Grau with Groom and Bloom, Aiden Quayle with Groom and Bloom, Amy Martin with the Okoboji FFA, and Claire Tillotson, and Claire is with the Groom and Bloom 4-H club as well. Again, senior goat showmanship. One last time, I'd like to thank today's sponsors. Today's sponsors are Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmer Savings Bank, and the Mendel-Warnemouth family. Again, tomorrow the beef show starts at 8, and it will be live streamed on exploreokoboji.com. Again, a big thanks to Larry Miller from Pipestone, Minnesota. Larry's been our judge for the sheep and goat shows this morning. And again, instead of the pie auction, there will be a Pie in the Face fundraiser, and we have baskets out here in a few locations if you'd like to donate to that. That money goes to support the local 4-H clubs and the youth council.
Okay, this is our showmanship class. It's been a very, very competitive class. You got an outstanding group of individuals here. I didn't work them real hard. It's hot. The goats are showing it. The kids are doing a heck of a job. I'm going to start with the young lady in the green over here. She's going to be your champion. The two young ladies, the champion and reserve, the biggest thing they did was set themselves apart. And I mentioned this in the sheep show. When I come around front, I don't want to see you change sides anytime. But when I come around front, you stand on the left side of the sheep, back just a little ways. When I'm coming, I'm looking at yours. As soon as I'm by, I'm looking at the next one. So don't be shifting. And these two young ladies did that. They stayed, held the ground. And there's too much distraction in the show ring, so eliminate whatever you can. But these two, all have done an outstanding job, but these two were smoother, calmer, more collected, got their goats in position, had them set up real good. The young lady in third, the one thing, I think I read this right. When your goat didn't want to lead real good, you were patting your leg and it started. So I'm assuming that's a little trigger that you have for it. So I compliment you on that, but I did catch on to it. So teach an old dog new tricks once in a while. So, but you know, whatever it takes. And that's the little things that I look for that somebody is doing that, you know, works for them. It's not going to work for everybody, but I guarantee you she didn't start that in the ring. She did that at home and got that goat to listen to it. So, outstanding set of group. I don't know if any of you, I commented to the young man here at the start of the class, and I just looked him square in the eye. I had a daughter and a son, so I'm speaking from experience. I said, you know you're in trouble here. He looks at me and I says, you got a ring full of beautiful women and it's really tough to compete. And I'm serious, in showmanship, I don't know, something about these girls. Like I say, my daughter was 3 years older, but it took a long time. Little brother finally beat her one time, but they're very competitive, so I want to congratulate you. You did a heck of a job.
All right, that's Ava Rashi with champion senior goat showmanship, followed by Amy Martin, Isabella Ostovic, and Andy Ashland. Great job. Let's give them another hand. All right, we're going to combine our junior goat showmanship and our novice goat showmanship. Nathan Goodell was the only showman in the novice group, so he's going to join the junior goat. Kids with goats here coming out. They should be coming out here shortly, but our participants are Tyler Tunglin, Jennifer Resch, Kelsey Arrett, Taylor Tunglin, Seth Goodell, and Sophia Lorch, and again, Nathan Goodell. All right, coming out in the ring is Tyler Tunglin, Jennifer Resch, Kelsey Arrett, Taylor Tunglin, Seth Goodell, Sophia Lorch, and Nathan Goodell. These are our junior goat showmen. All right, one last time, I'm going to thank our judge, Larry Miller. He's done a great job. He's been very attentive and patient with the kids and talked with them throughout the show. So we're thankful for him and his time coming out here and helping with the show. Again, he resides in Pipestone, Minnesota. Has been judging since the 1970s. So thank you again for your time and talent here coming out today for the Dickinson County Fair. One last thank you to our sponsors today, Dickinson County Ag Society, Iowa Great Lakes Chamber, Farmer Savings Bank, and the Mendel-Warnemount family. Thanks again for coming out, and we'll finish up here with the junior goat showmanship.
Okay, in this second showmanship class here, we got another very good class. I pulled the 4 out over here that I really like. I'm starting with the young man on the west side there. He's very calm, gets his animal out just really slow and sure, gets where he's going. Gave me a real good front view when I walked around the side, or around the front, stood off to the side, gave me a good view. Some I've said that in sheep and goat showmanship, and some of you still aren't doing that. You're changing sides. But he's just done an outstanding job today. The young lady next to him, be your reserve, she's done an excellent job. Very sure of herself, very smooth in her movements. Just does a good job of setting up the goat. Has done a good job. The young lady in third, you're overshowing just a little bit, getting a little too much body English on it, whatever you want to call it. And when I did come around front, you pretty much stayed just like you are. You never did give me a good front view of the goat. The young lady in fourth there just did another really good job. Young man down here, they said you're in the novice, but they boosted you up. You still did a very good job. It's better to be out here with a few other goats than to be by yourself. One comment, it's okay to set feet with your feet, but don't be kicking them. Just kind of nudge them a little bit. Kind of work on that a little bit, but you've done a nice job, as well as the other two out here. So thank you very much.
All right, that's Tyler Tunglin with Junior Goat Showmanship Champion, and Kelsey Arrett, Reserve Champion, followed by Taylor Tunglin and Sophia Lorch, and great job, Nathan, as well, on the novice area. So let's congratulate those showmanship junior 4-H'ers. Thank you all for coming out to the Sheep and Goat Show, and look forward to seeing you at the next show. Goats. Kids and goats, kids and kids, I guess. Goats and kids, kids and goats. Champion and reserve. Please head on out to the photo area at the northeast corner of the cattle barn for a picture. Again, champion and reserve champion goats. 4-H'ers and your goats, please head on out to the photo area at the northeast corner of the cattle barn. Thank you.